escapes you with a sound. It's delineated. I waited at the station for an hour, but I won't make it. You take off on an updraft by the tower, and you overtake it. Every moment I see you on the rise, you're drawn across the sky. Now that ink has dried, and I can't tell you why. Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? And I can't tell you why. Oh, I can't tell you why. Why you have to stay here on the ground? It's overrated. The cityscape parades you with a sound. It's delineated. No one here has even learned your name, but they all claim that they saw you land and ran to do the same. But they won't make it. Every moment I see you on the rise, you're drawn across the sky. Now that ink has dried, and I can't tell you why. Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? And I can't tell you why. Tell me there's an issue. I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? And I can't tell you why. I can't tell you why. Why do I have to stay here on the ground? It's overrated. The cityscape escapes you with a sound. It's delineated. I waited at the station for an hour, but I won't make it. You take off on an updraft by the tower, and you overtake it. Every moment I see you on the rise, you're drawn across the sky. Now that ink has dried, and I can't tell you why. Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? And I can't tell you why. Oh, I can't tell you why. Why you have to stay here on the ground? It's over. escapes you with a sound. It's delineated. I waited at the station for an hour, but I won't make it. You take off on an updraft by each hour, and you overtake it every moment. I see you on the rise. You're drawn across the sky. Now that ink has dried, and I can't tell you why. Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? Oh, Mimi, can you tell me there's an issue? I've seen it clouded all around you. Why can't you tell me there's an issue you've seen before? And I can't tell you why. Oh, I can't tell you why. Why you have to stay here on the ground? It's overrated. The cityscape parades you with a sound. It's delineated. No.
My mic was off. Son of a... Hi. I was saying bye to Noctis, who I don't think is here anymore, but then I was also explaining why I was late. I'm currently in a kind of sort of argument with a friend right now because so he didn't know that his YouTube app has been auto-translating titles. He didn't know that his YouTube app was auto-translating, and so I sent him a video earlier of a song that's in Japanese, and so I sent it to him. And he sent me a screenshot back of a different song that wasn't translated, and I said, "Oh, it doesn't translate?" And he's like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "Yeah, your mobile app should be translating titles of videos in other languages. It does it automatically unless like the creator like opts out of it or something." And he didn't believe me, and so I showed him what the video looked like on my screen, where it had the translated title, and he's like freaking out because he doesn't think that his phone like actually translates. It does. I promise you it does. There are certain videos that it doesn't translate for, but it's there are certain videos it doesn't translate for, but most things can. But so I sent him the same song again, and then I sent him a screenshot of what the video looks like on my screen, because the link is in Japanese, but the title in my app is in English. And so I showed him that, and I sent him the link, and I said, click on this and take a screenshot of what it shows you when it opens. And so he sent me back the picture, and it's in English, and he says, "I feel like I've been lied to because I didn't know that it did this." And it's like, yeah, it's been doing that the whole time, and you just didn't know. You shouldn't see it because you shouldn't know that it's translating it unless you're sending links to other people, because the links are going to be in its original language, but the video titles won't. The video titles will not be in their original languages, but the links when you send them to other people will be. So it's not something that you would notice unless you're like looking at it, kind of a thing. But no, I've been having an argument. I'm having an argument with how is this an argument? Didn't you win? I did win, because he was like insistent that his phone couldn't do it, and that he didn't believe that it was doing that, and so I was showing I won the argument because his phone did do that, like I said it did. Anyway, hi Ghost. I didn't get my own seashell. Hold on. Whee! There's already won her first court case. I got an orange one. Anyway, enough about translations, I guess. So last time I had to kind of like leave stream really super suddenly and like out of nowhere because my brother showed up to my house. My brother showed up to my house kind of like randomly out of the blue last time we played, and he never. Game volume is loud. Better? Or is that still too loud? Better? Okay. Last time I tried to play this, my brother decided to drop in for a sudden visit, and I was not aware that he was coming over, and so my brother knocked on my door while I was streaming, and I had to end stream suddenly and tell people that I needed to go because my brother was just randomly in my house. But that shouldn't happen this time because I know that my dad and my brother are out. My mom is home, but like she shouldn't bother us. But we have to finish the game today. We were in the middle of investigating this like final area, and then we'll go into the final trial. So we should finish this today. My brother materializes. He kind of did because I didn't hear the door. I didn't hear my front door open because like my front door is like not quiet. It like squeaks and creaks when it's opened, and it's like heavy. It's a heavy door, and so when it closes, you can hear it. But it does. Why is it so loud? It's never been that loud before. Better? I'm too paranoid, so I turn around every 20 or 30 seconds. So the nice thing about my desk is my desk actually, so I never play with both of my headphones on. I always play games with one headphone off, which I know is a disadvantage in certain types of games where you kind of need to be able to have surround sound, but it freaks me out to have both my headphones on unless I'm actively trying to avoid everybody around me. I also, the way that my desk is positioned in my room, I can see my door. I can see my door from my desk because my door faces, or my desk faces my door, so I always know if somebody walks in. Not that we do anyway, because we have a very strict rule in my house of always knock before you enter a room. Do not, like, it's basically do not enter a room unless you have been given permission to enter a room is the rule in my house, and we take it very seriously. I can only see my door if I turn around. I couldn't do that. It would scare me too much to have my desk facing in a way where I couldn't see my door, and so I have my desk positioned where I can see we're actually vampires. You can't enter a room without permission. I can see my door from my desk, which is why the knocking thing like sometimes doesn't get me, because I can literally see my door, and so I can tell if somebody's like standing there because I can see the shadow. And then no one enters my room without permission. My cat doesn't even enter my room. Normally, I keep my cat out of my room. As much as like I want her in here, she was just gonna eat all of my wires. She's just gonna chew on all of my wires and like cause a scene, and so I just generally try to keep her out of my room. I used to allow her in here a lot when I was younger, but like now that I have all of this really expensive equipment, I just don't want her eating it. I don't want my cat eating all of my stuff, so she's just kind of like not allowed in here. Duct tape the wires. Is it even okay? My cat? My cat's fine. But no, my kitty cat's fine. She's lounging downstairs. Is it okay for the cat to eat them? Of course not. It's a wire. She could like electrocute herself, or like it could upset her tummy if she eats like the plastic. Like, not even taking into effect like the possibility of her getting electrocuted if she eats the wires while they're turned on. But she could, like, if she eats the wires, she could get sick, or if she, like... Let me ask you to show the cat on your hamstring. Did you? I didn't see that. No, my cat would not have appreciated it. Plus, the way that my camera was positioned, you wouldn't have been able to see her anyway. There are if you need pictures of my cat, there are plenty of pictures in the Discord of her. Her name is Jasmine. And she is 18 years old. Mikey Cat is 18 years old, and she is Discord is finally died in my country. What? They banned Discord in your country? Old cat? She is old. We got her when I was 5. I can only send messages, but I can't receive them. Oh, that's weird. They did a while ago. Well, that's probably why you can't receive messages. They did a while ago. What country did they ban Discord in? Now it doesn't work even with a VPN. Oh, wow. No, I don't know, I could post pictures of my cat on Twitter, I guess. But I don't know if Discord's banned in your country, Twitter probably is too. I like pull up a picture of my cat. Hold on. Here. We'll show the key cat on stream. I'm gonna download a picture from the Discord of my kitty. Russia, but I feel like but it feels like I live in North Korea. Oh. But Russia's so pretty. Everything gets banned here, I know. What picture should I show? She always looks so grumpy in all her pictures. I'm also just an awful picture taker of my cat because she really, really hates having her picture taken. Unless she's, like, asleep. My kitty cat always looks grumpy. Here, we'll do this one. Save image. Let's show a picture. Let's show a picture of the kitty cat. Sorry, I'm trying to get this downloaded so that I can... Should be this one. Okay, hold on. I think I know which one. Yeah, it's this one. Okay. Ooh. Oh, it's so big. Hold on. Hey. Ah. Just getting flashbanged with a picture of my cat. There she is. That's my kitty cat. This is Jasmine. This is actually the blanket that she's sitting on plugs into the wall. This kitty cat, she's 18 years old. She her blanket plugs into the wall, and so it's a heated blanket, so that way she stays nice and warm. Because she's old and she likes to have warm spots. However, we do have an issue of we can't figure out like what setting to put the blanket on, because like we think that we've been setting the blanket a little too high in heat, because she'll lay on it for like a good while, but then she'll get up randomly and then just like flop onto the floor and just lay there for a couple of minutes. Because we think she's trying to cool down, so we like don't know what's... But the thing is that we only have the blanket on like setting number 2 or something like that. Like, it's nothing crazy. But then again, she's also way smaller than us, so maybe it is just too much. So we're gonna start setting it to just 1 to see if that's like better for her. That way she's not overheating. She's also so not only is she old, but she's also very small. She is 6 pounds. She's 6 pounds. So she weighs, actually, no, I think she's 5.5. She fluctuates between like 5.5 and 6 pounds. So she's about half the size of a normal cat. She was the runt of her, not only is she female, so she's already kind of a little bit smaller, but she was the runt of her litter. So she is quite small. Have a good stream. I don't know why I said that. Bye. WhatsApp is already banned. I don't use WhatsApp. I think it's available in America, but I'm not actually sure. Which is already almost banned. Steam is nearly banned too. Man. It's forcing me to stream now. I didn't mean to. Oh, I just tabbed out of the game. Yeah. So we are still kind of looking around for clues. This is kind of where we left off. It was taken on that day 2 years ago, the day that Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. WhatsApp is available in America, but it's not really big outside of a few communities. I'm like, I want to use WhatsApp but at the same time, I like don't, because one, I don't know anybody that would. But the reason I want to use WhatsApp is because I know that they do a lot of partnerships with like gacha games, and so I want the stickers. I want the stickers to use. Gonna get you a game on Steam, so you're forced to play. Oh, speaking of which, you sent me a game recently that I think I already have, so I might have to reject it. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, and then he went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead a few hours later. Oh, my bad. No, it's okay. I honestly forgot I even had the game, to be fair, but I'm like 100% sure I already had it. Because it won't let me accept it. I think. Hold on. It was Firewatch. I think Firewatch was one I already had. And so it wouldn't let me. Yeah, I have Firewatch already, so it didn't let me. I am going to have to decline. That way you can get your refund. Lana's desk, it sure is tidy. Lana always was always a meticulous cleaner. Not even any dust on it. Like someone's still keeping it cleaned. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of her partnership. They were the stuff of legend, or they were the stuff legends are made of. Even the memory of her, or the memory of the crime? What about the organ? Tell me about the organ. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally, we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs office. On the 2nd floor. This is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in his ears. Oh, so it's an instrument of punishment. Literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. Besides the point. I have this, like, feeling that I got an item already that I'm supposed to, like, use. There's another window. I feel like I saw this already. Oh, wait. They said that he had changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view? Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. About his desk. Tell me about his desk. The size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant. that paper he was reading in his desk. Oh! Can I have it? What was he reading? I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs about twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name! Oh, SL9 incident. I wonder what he was doing with this. Hold on, detective, what did you just say? I said, I wonder what. No. About the evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. List of evidence. It seemed too short. Most lists run about twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. Or so. Evidence list is added to the court record. There more about the desk. Size of the desk. We found this in the drawer. Better look a little bit more at the list. Okay. Do I take it to Edgeworth? Would he be able to do something with it? Ooh, I got a lot of evidence. Oh. Okay. I wonder what this is. It looks like somebody drew some kind of sketch in here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out, but I better keep quiet about it for now. No, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving like that, Mr. Wright? I'd better not forget about this picture. Is that the picture that Emma said said that she drew a picture of the incident, and I think it was used as evidence or something like that. So I'm assuming that that was the picture she drew. Okay, so I don't think there's anything else here to, like, see. I want to know what happens if I take the picture back to Edgeworth. I think he doesn't have anything else to say. He does not. So let's move. Not examine. We're going to move to apartment front. Back to the office. I wish it was just a big list of things that I could have, that I could go to, because it's, like, kind of annoying to navigate. You have to remember, like, all the steps. Prosecutor's office. Can you tell me about this? Prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. Okay, so he doesn't know. Okay, so that does not help me. I don't know where to go. It doesn't let me see the rest of the list. And he can't tell me anything about this. I don't know what to do. I feel like I had such a long gap between what I was doing that I'm, like, lost. What am I supposed to... Do I need to present something to somebody? What do I have? Hold on. What do I have in the court record? Let me see what I have. I think we already used most of this stuff. They sweep back together. I don't like how quiet it is in this room. Check these. Close. Can I show Edgeworth the file? Or no, did he give us the files? Someone gave us the files. Who was it? I can show him the files? I feel like I'm supposed to show him stuff. Can you talk to me about this? No. Of course you can't. I've already... Yeah, okay. What about... Anna, maybe? She at the... She's still here, or is she leave? Oh, she didn't, okay. We're gonna talk to her. What about you? Can you tell me about this? This is important. Can you tell me about this? Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. It's taboo. What? Yes. Oh my gosh. I found out that you can put pictures from the design kiosk on your furniture in Animal Crossing. You did? What are you putting on your furniture? I'm gonna go back to the law office for a second. Did I ever... Okay, so I have this. Did I ever, like, dust... Hold on. I, like, use this? I might have to look up a guide. It's been so long I might need to look up a guide for a second. Just to kind of get going again. In the fairy's room, I put a duck dress and an Umbreon bed. In Panda's room, I'm going to put a blue panda flag. Aww. You have, like, separate rooms in your house for everybody? That's so cute! I just, like, redesigned my own bedroom in Animal Crossing. It's, like, nothing special. Honestly, it looks like kind of a mess, but I moved my room to the top floor so that way I had a bigger bedroom. And I don't know what to do with the room that I left. Looked up a guide, and so I've looked up a guide just because I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing because it's been too long, so apparently I'm supposed to do this. Present this to Gumshoe. I only have 2 rooms made at the moment. Mine is all sci-fi themed. The basement is an outside bistro design. That's so cute! I have like a bathroom and like a kind of living room that looks kind of like a 1-bedroom apartment, like a loft, if anything else. Because I just don't interior design. My island itself looks a lot better than the inside of my house. I need to like take a little bit to like design a bunch of furniture, to like get a bunch of furniture and like actually like put it in my house and get everything all like nice and neat and pretty. Detective Gumshoe would like you to have a look at this. Oh, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? It's a great idea, Detective. All right, go to town. Sheesh. Oh, what are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? She's pretty sure sense of humor. I like making rooms and stuff. My friend calls me a stylist because on games I'm always fashionable. You don't like sci-fi? No, I do. I like sci-fi. They've been absorbed into the prints below the rest. Hey, Mom? Be told a million times. All right, let's get this over with. Ah! I didn't. I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Whee! My best shot. That kind of result won't be good for matching fingerprints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. I wanted to replace the game I got you since you already had it, but I don't want to be rude. Don't worry about it. You don't have to do that. Trying to like cover this as much as possible because I got in trouble with it last time for like not putting enough powder. Also not a good print. Best shot. And a print won't be good for matching. We're gonna end up having to try every one of these, aren't we? What about the middle finger? Yeah. There we go. It's not Gantz. Comparison complete. No match found. Look like a match. It looks like we're out of time. What? It was inside the chief's safe along with that shard. That means it's gonna have something to do with the incident. Wait, it's not gonna let me try again? For a different person? The one that happened right here in this room. She's right. We should check the fingerprints of everyone who was in here that day. The way that I see it, there was a higher power at work here. Just gotta have some faith. Okay. It's a swirl. That's not right, though. He has a swirl fingerprint, but that's not the right one. Lana's isn't correct either. It's Emma's. Match found! Oh. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints are they? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Shh! Hey, you! Over here! What's going on here? That kid's prints doing inside the chief's office? Don't ask me! Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here. Maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth found in Chief Gantz's safe. Evidence for something, but what? It bears Emma Sky's fingerprints. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks for your ID card. We were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I am a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to a meeting, I happened to look out the window and I saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. You mean, me? Sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat? Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way out too then. Ah, wait. You, the one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. Spiky hair? Wait, but she's not spiky haired. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright! Look, pal, if I've told you this once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence and Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why was he but why has she kept eerily silent about all this? I cannot read. Oh my god. Anyway, are you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Let's see. So Chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Edgeworth was right. Once you're convinced that you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. To admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted that you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. It's when it hit me that it's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think you're afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to be silenced. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly frightened of. What is this person's name? Gant. It's Gant. Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming that he is respectable, then tell me something. Why did he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party that could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was the second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also another, Damon Gant. You intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified the evidence in that case. Yeah, I love a girl in uniform. She's so pretty. I just think a lot of the women in Phoenix Wright are pretty. Like, regardless. Evidence that he was forging evidence. I mean, the thing is, oh my god. Evidence that he was forging. Ooh, okay, that wasn't his doing. The vase was, but is that forging or hiding evidence? That's more hiding evidence, isn't it? Let's just try the the evidence list for now. I just found this in the safe at the chief's office. It's a jar piece and this cloth. Do you know what these are? These are pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person in concealing this evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. This poor security guard standing over here, like above my head right here. This poor man. He's just having to listen in on all of this incriminating, stuff, and he's just not allowed to say anything. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Shay, you're right. It's as you surmised. Cannot disobey the chief's orders. If it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. Cannot possibly expect me to tell you that. Faceless NPC man will not be important. It's okay, but he has a face! Are you at the start of this case? No, we're almost at the end, actually. We're on the last day of trial, or we're almost at the last day of trial. It's like about to start. We're doing the last bit of investigation, so we should finish the game today. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. The murder of Detective Goodman. Or, perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yeah, that's more accurate than cooperation. Though I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order. I need you to dispose of the body of Bruce Goodman. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Good. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one that murdered Detective Goodman. However, she is still guilty of tampering with a body, so she's still gonna see the jail cell. 'Cause, like, coercion or not, you're still technically considered an accessory to murder. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while I was inspecting the body. Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife that was stuck to it. Knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I just couldn't leave that knife in, so I took it out and I stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. Seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. Then, he saw me just as I plunged the knife into him. Dar, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close Dark's case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't want it ever to be opened again. My intention was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was the evidence in Joe Dark's case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have had a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. And I called my sister to tell her what happened and ask her to hide the knife that was inside of my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident. But Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had to be murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke with him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things in his own hands. I feel kind of bad for Marshall, because, like, I don't, like, at the same time, like, yeah, he still, like, hurt somebody. He didn't kill anyone, if I remember right, but, like, he's still, like, he's not a great person, but, like, I feel like he's just kind of been dragged one way or another around in this case. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He'd already stolen the ID card, but it seems that he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, I had remaining doubts that he must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I have a cup of coffee in front of me and now it's very cold. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've already earned my respect, Mr. Wright, as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. This trial, there's only one way to drive offline. Gotta get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in Chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. But not actually, because we're gonna head right into the case. So, to be continued in about 5 seconds. There we go. Okay. February 25th, 9:47 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. Trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. The owner of the I think it was 77 card. 77 ID number is that. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding the ID record. That number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! Watch. Why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce on the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? I'm here to hear you out, but I'm not actually. Goodbye, right? And then he leaves. Like, what? How is that hearing us out? He's like, oh yeah, but I'm here for an explanation. Oh, but can I at least explain myself before you the fuck off to who knows where? Please? No, he's just gonna walk away. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Defense is ready. Prosecution is ready. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Oh, Udgy, been back to the pool yet? Why does he? Oh, I swear to God, the only reason he asks people if they can swim is that he plans to throw them into a river. He wants to. He's like fishing for information about whether or not they can swim, so he can throw them somewhere where they can't swim. No, I've been drowning enough in work as it is. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. Maybe just old people like to swim. I don't know. Either I guess my grandparents both swim, so maybe that's it. I don't know. I feel like he's fishing for information so he can figure out if he can, like, dispose of you somehow. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel like she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's all this about, defendant? I'd like to make a simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Ah! I confess to all of the charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Prince Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Can she do that? Can you forfeit your right to an attorney? Oh, this isn't America, though. That's right. I was like, can you just do that? I don't think you can do that in America. I'm pretty sure in America, like, you're required to unless you want to defend yourself. I'm pretty sure, at least I think. I don't think you can just be like, nah, I don't feel like having a defense team. Like, I think the only instance in which you can do that is if you want to defend yourself. And even then, I don't think that you're allowed to do that in the middle of a trial. I don't think you can just suddenly... Oh, no, maybe you can, because didn't that one guy recently do that? Oh my god, what's his name? Brooks? Some guy named Brooks? He was the guy that, like, rammed his car through, like, a parade or something. I think he did. If I remember right, I'm pretty sure that guy, like, he had a defense team and then he, like, hated them, and so he decided that he was gonna defend himself, like, halfway through the trial, and he, like, made this huge joke about it, and it was, like, he was a horrible fucking person. Like, 100%, awful person, deserved what he got. But maybe you can. Maybe you can just, like, be like, I don't feel like having a defense team. Thank you for the hydrate, 7. My cold coffee. But it has sufficiently proven in this case, through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This cannot be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defense guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would be certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand that this is a difficult time for you, but why don't we just be a good little boy and keep our mouths shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. I'm sorry, but I know I am no longer the naive little boy that you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it is obvious to me that some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I hope so, or I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To who? Its first witness is the prosecution would like to call is Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I do not think that we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy? You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember that this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was solved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. Sure gave it fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Trip to yesteryear has finally begun. Bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago, witness testimony. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Good thing that you weren't harmed. I passed out and I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. I admire him for his courage, considering that he has no evidence. Very well. I'm sure he thinks that about you all the time. Very well. The defense may continue, or may begin its cross-examination. Cross-examination, 2 years ago. Okay, I don't know exactly what I need to be looking for. So, 2 years ago, we're just gonna press every statement for the moment. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the deputy chief of police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. Wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Man came rushing in, took me hostage. Okay. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. You were desperate to get anything on, or we were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. And he ran into Skye in Gant's office. A lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me, and he died as a result. We know that. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant, and is his name actually Damon? No, it is Damon. Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Forgot about Gant. Yeah. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award, which is when this picture was taken, young and dedicated. He went in straight to questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. That's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in, right? I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Okay, so tell me about the instant then. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, and just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of the year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. Electricity went out? Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then, lightning flashed outside. Then the sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yeah. Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. You spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture. She mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture, because I have the picture. That's what's on the back of the evidence paper. The picture the witness drew. I believe it's very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago did not contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added your statement to this testimony? Yes. Okay, so I drew a picture, press about the picture, and then I think present it? You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything that I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I've never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. Picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. Thank you for the daily 0. You got an orange seashell. Can you please describe it to us? The man. He raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. We're still going. Thing is that I have the picture, but I don't want to present on a statement that it's going to be incorrect. So just give me a second. Must have been a real shock. Now when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When the lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark and was thrown aside. Two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Doesn't have any reason why. Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much as she can. Okay, so I drew a picture of it, but it seems to have been lost. It's not. I have it. I have the picture. Mr. Edgeworth. Little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for that case, or as the prosecutor for that case, I was not handed such a picture. That may well be, but it doesn't mean it didn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list from the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What is this? Yes. What is this? Hey! That's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed, the two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to this list. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list that you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists together form one. I can see the marks here. They were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious as to what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence of the case ever reached you. What? But, Miss Skye, why did you draw the picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. This list was torn in half. Means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. That's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. That's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? You even have to ask? He just stands there, like, screams, and, like, he turns around, screams, turns back around, and goes, I'm sorry, shall we continue? There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's the thing. It's the blue badger. Why is the blue badger drawn on the back of his list? That's the thing. The thing was dancing in the evidence room. Surely this is an act of vandalism and is the work of a certain chief of detectives. Guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Very well. Witness, you please testify about the picture that you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, Your Honor. With Emma. Seems to be thinking about something. Looking at the picture. Hang on a second. It's the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright that all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw at that incident. Or that instant. I mix up the words instant and incident all the time. To think a flash of lightning would burn such an image into your mind. To that, though, she's able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Emma's picture, cross-examination. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Okay, hold on. Let me look at something. That's the ID record. Evidence list. Can I look at this? I can't turn it over. It's not exactly the same shape. I was thinking that maybe it was the vase. I thought it would be like the vase, just like a really bad drawing of the vase. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During the time of the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days late, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you tell us why this picture is painted in all black? Flash of lightning was so bright that all I could see was shadows. My model did not like my mug. Oh my god, I like freaked out. I was just trying to drink my coffee, man. My very cold coffee. So, at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who came into your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, I was knocked to the floor. Knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. Turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. My man Edgeworth forging a tie and wearing a piratey thingy? What? I'm glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after... Oh, you're talking about his cravat? What happened after the lightning flashed? I must have fainted after that. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. But the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Is that what that thing is called? Yeah, so like the fluffy thing that he has around his neck that is like where his tie should be, that's called a cravat. People don't typically wear them anymore. It's very old-fashioned. It's a very old-fashioned item. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure that what you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced by anyways from your talks with the detectives. Thought it was an ascot. An ascot is something different. So when you look at this, the way that you can tell the difference between an ascot and a cravat is that an ascot is one piece. Up here, it doesn't fluff out like this. There's not multiple layers. A cravat is specifically with multiple layers that are ruffled and moving downwards. A cravat is actually something that is just one, like essentially like a ball, closer to the neck. Are you insinuating that we somehow manipulated her memory? I thought it was just the one piece. I mean, it is. So a cravat is typically one piece. However, it is like essentially like ruffled at the end of it. So when it's tied, it creates that ruffle effect going down. An ascot is essentially just a scarf. It's just a scarf that's been a short scarf that's been tied in a very specific manner. I promise you they're different. The blonde Scooby-Doo guy wears an ascot. Yes. He wears, I believe it's orange. I believe that Fred's ascot is orange. An ascot is essentially just like a short scarf, whereas a cravat is like it's like a fancy tie in a way. Like the best way to describe it. No, of course not. Watch out, or he might find a way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that is bothering you about this picture? Well... That's strange. She claims that this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Hold on. Oops, did I go? I did. I went too far. What is he holding? Is that the knife? Why is the knife so blunt? Stabbed in the back? Wait. But in this stance, he would have been stabbed in the front. Right? Maybe not. I guess you could stab someone in the back like that. I feel like it has something to do with where he was stabbed. Because I guess, like, just when I look at the picture, it just doesn't, like, add up with me, I guess. That's all done with. I feel like I'm right. This doesn't seem right, because it seems like if he was stabbed like that, he had been stabbed in the chest, not in the back. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture that the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. You're right. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this I think I was right, because it moved us along. What part of this is not correct? Well, the fact that he wouldn't have been stabbed in the back, so I guess the knife? I guess the knife? Doesn't make sense? The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Oh, so it did have something to do with the shape of it being very blunt. Even still, I don't have to, or you don't have to, I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip is broken too. But wasn't the tip of the knife broken off into the body? So how was it already broken? The broken tip was found in the victim's body. So, how was it already broken? Before the stabbing. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found in the victim's body, or broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not have been broken. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. No, if we found the tip of it already in the body, it couldn't have been broken anywhere else. Unless you're, like, putting it in there afterwards, which is stupid. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside of the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly have wound up there. Right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered it correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. So fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? Nice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. Cannot deny that possibility. Oh. Are you saying that the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place at the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. That's true. And there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Been one? Yes. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy about what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Right. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. So please, feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. It's only one way. Take a look at this. The real murder weapon. I don't have the real murder weapon! This was broken. I guess. Hi, Gould! This is a different case, though, so probably not that. We know that this knife was used somewhere else. Is this a vase? Oh, wait. The answer lies in the past. The picture. So the prosecutor's trophy doesn't have that like sword anymore. But in this picture, the sword is there. They said that Gant had it removed. Had it removed from the trophy. But like they didn't say why. Right here inside this picture, this is the picture of the awards ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors trophy that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon that he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, why not, Mr. Wright? Because if the King of Prosecutors trophy, if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Marshall. Oh. But the prosecutor was the one who died. But Emma didn't see when he actually was killed, so like maybe he attacked him to get him away from Emma? And then there was like a scuffle? Like after she passed out? What's going on here? Seems Mr. Wright has been too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it! Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth? What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? List? The one with the picture scribbled on the back? Is that actually the vase? Knew it. Picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? Right. This list isn't torn in half, or the list wasn't torn in half at the time. I drew this, this list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. This time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part deep away inside of me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us about what you recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. Just the knife mix-up and now the blue badger. Should be interesting. Emma's recollection, witness testimony. When I saw that man raise this knife, I panicked and I rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and when I saw it, the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Is it actually the vase? This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. Would mean he didn't exist 2 years ago. Well, yes, well, the defense may— Oh, stop! Please, do not pursue this any further. Anna, what is the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you cannot do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye, we have already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. We're finally getting to the core of this matter. Cross-examination. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed forward towards them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was going to stab Mr. Marshall. Since that Dark was the one holding the knife. But, as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. Not that the Dark guy knocked me down. All I could think was I gotta help that other person. She did mention that she didn't know Marshall before the incident, so I guess she wouldn't know which one was which. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Okay, but you told me that there was only one flash of lightning. You sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who... Okay, I'm convinced she saw the jar. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist until years ago. Well, this is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange, but I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling I'd seen him somewhere before. And now I finally remember. Oh, there's just one thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. I think she saw the jar. No, I think you saw the jar, not the Blue Badger. The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. What is that exactly? I believe it's some kind of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint. You've got to show them the correct angle. Oh, I see. Gotta... Like that? No, because that's facing the wrong way, right? Behold! The Blue Badger. Oh, this isn't right. Find the right angle. More horizontally? That's like its mouth. God. Behold! The Blue Badger. God damn it. Is it the other way? I have to find the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more. Or horizontally. Show the correct angle. I keep accidentally, like... Well, if it wasn't facing that way, then it was facing... It was facing... Wait. Oh my god, how was it facing? I already do this? Did I have it facing the other way, or did I already do this? Behold. No! I don't know what angle. I don't know what angle. I come back to. We're trying to make the vase look like the blue badger. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to present that. I meant to rotate it. Oh! Edward keeps yelling at me because I can't get it right. That it? Wait. Like this? Oh. Ugh. I feel like I was on the right track, though. Hold on, we're doing that one again, but I have a different idea. So hold on, I am... this. Maybe the messed up part has to be on the left? Need these to face upwards. Like this is its mouth, right? Oh my god, I got it! Well, is that a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny that this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. But no, this can't be. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we have enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? You mean? So the badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. See, this changes everything. Indeed? Well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know that the witness saw this jar? The murder weapon? Oh. Wait, no. Because if she saw it from that angle, wouldn't she have been in a different spot? Allow me to turn this to truth. In the moment of the murder, the witness did see this jar at a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Yes, well, knowing where could she have seen that jar? Knowing that, where could she have seen the jar? The location of this jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. On the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. Body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is, oh my god, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. You implying that the murderer moved the victim's body from Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. Too late to quit now, though. Please recall what the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife, and in the next instant, the jar was hit and flew across the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That wouldn't have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf that the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? I don't get it. The suit of armor? Oh, the suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. Mr. Wright, you cannot be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If the events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, Emma's the one that killed him then. If she was the one that knocked him into the bike, then Emma got him killed. I mean, Marshall died. No! I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So, it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. I thought she was detained! What is she doing here? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but I've given the circumstances. Joe Dark murdered murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin this crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you are talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid that you are going to have proof. Tell me, Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves that my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet that you don't. It certainly would be difficult to prove this without evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we have to rely on testimony. If that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Certainly can't get dead people to testify. Funny you say that. later on this series, that's not necessarily a problem. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. There is still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. It's impossible. No, Mr. Wright. This is the only possibility you have left. A message from the deceased. Does this message exist? I have to go back into the court record. I think the real murderer's name is that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. Message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing that we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that contains the message from the deceased. The dark red stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragments found in Chief Gant's office still have. Second. Oh. This is the message left behind by the deceased. This is the blue badger from before. Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten it's just a jar. Yeah, the message was left here, on the surface of the jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped away the blood. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yeah, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments he had left to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. You're right. What kind of message did the victim leave behind for us? Your Honor, I believe that these bloodstains will reveal the answer. I have to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing that the victim would have written, given the circumstances, his murderer's name. E M A Emma. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. People. She may not have meant it, but in the end, one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. You worthy? Can't see it. And you? You can't. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yeah, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But that's not Edgeworth's fault! Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That is undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely the keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. But again, this is not Edgeworth's fault, dude. He was not aware that he was being handed false evidence. He didn't know that he had been given false evidence, and then half the evidence was missing anyway. So this is like, you cannot just like be like, oh yeah, Edgeworth, this is all your fault. It's not. This is not Edgeworth's fault. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, nobody knows. To be continued. I am going to take a quick break. I'm gonna get a snack. I'm gonna take a couple of minutes. I'm gonna get a new drink because I am officially out of coffee, and I'm gonna get a snack. Give me just a sec, okay? I'll be right back. Save. Oh, I'm not tabbed out of the game, so the game is yelling at me. Okay, give me just a sec. Gonna go grab a snack.
It's not the same when I'm with you. You open up before I do. Came out a different shade of blue. It's not the same when I'm with you. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in. When the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again. When you call again. it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in, when the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again, when you call again. Oh, I'm not supposed to answer, I'm not supposed to know that the silence answer, I've got to let it go. Oh, I'm not supposed to answer, I'm not supposed to know that the silence answer, I've got to let it go now. It's not the same when I'm with you. You open up before I do. Came out a different shade of blue. It's not the same when I'm with you. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in, when the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again, when you call again. How long's the shoreline anyway? I've measured every other day. Tide washes all my work away. How long's the shoreline anyway? But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in, when the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again, when you call again. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in, when the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again, when you call again. Oh, I'm not supposed to answer, I'm not supposed to know that the silence answer, I've got to let it go. Oh, I'm not supposed to answer, I'm not supposed to know that the silence answer, I've got to let it go now. It's not the same when I'm with you. You open up before I do. Came out a different shade of blue. It's not the same when I'm with you. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in, when the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again, when you call again. it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when the tide comes in. When the tide comes in. But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when you call again. When you call again. Oh, I'm not supposed to answer. I'm not supposed to know. The silence answer, I've got to let it go. I'm not supposed to answer, I'm not supposed to know. The silence answer, I've got to let it go now.
Glad to hear you guys rocking out to Osmosis still. For those of you that have been around for a long time, Osmosis actually for like 8 months, maybe a year, maybe up to a year. It might have been. It was at least 8 months. Osmosis was my intro outro song. Or not my outro. I think it was just my intro song. So it would play every time that stream would start. It used to play until I switched around the songs, and I tried to switch them around every couple of months. Very pretty song, isn't it? I picked it originally because I'm, mermaid, and so I was like, tide, ooh, ocean song. So I used that one, even though when you actually listen to it, it has nothing to do with the ocean. But no, it used to be my intro song. It no longer is, but I keep it for BRB, just kind of as a piece of history, piece of the summer history. Hold on, real fast, just getting settled down in my chair. Okay. Episode 5, Rise from the Ashes. Final day, trial ladder. Yo, I think this is the end? The end? This should be the last of it? Because we still have to question some people. But we should be done after this, and I am so sorry, but my snack is a little bit crunchy, so if you hear my snack, I am so sorry. I will stop if it bothers people. I will put it away. I am going to need one, two. I do not want that. I have popcorn. See that? Care. For those of you that care, I have popcorn. I'm eating it my very stupid way. I don't know if I explained it actually last time. I mentioned the last time I had popcorn on stream, I said that I eat it kind of weird. So, let me explain that really fast. So, we'll start with the main fact of I have a pair of chopsticks. I have a pair of chopsticks. And the reason that I have a pair of chopsticks was because when I was in a D&D club, we would have sessions that would go for 6 hours. And so we would snack during the sessions. However, because we were in charge of our own character sheets and everything, and people our own stuff was completely our responsibility, none of us we were gonna have to bring them every single week, and none of us wanted to get them messed up or ruined. We didn't want to get grease, butter, random snack items like Cheeto dust or whatever people were eating that day. They didn't want to get onto their dice, their character sheets, their little models or whatever that they brought in. We wanted to keep everything very, very clean. So one day, one of my, I think his name was Michael. Michael brought in a set of chopsticks and said, everybody pick a pair of chopsticks. So we all did, and he said, this is what we're going to use to make sure that everything stays clean. So any snack that you bring in for session has to be able to be eaten with chopsticks, and if it can't, it's your own fault if your things are getting dirty. So I spent a year eating all of my snacks with chopsticks because I didn't want to get any of my D&D equipment dirty, including my dice. And so it's just kind of a habit I've never really shaked, because it also applies, like, I don't want to get grease and butter and stuff all over, like, my mouse or, like, my controllers or like, my keyboard and things like that. And so it's just kind of a habit I've never gotten rid of since. And so I eat popcorn with chopsticks occasionally. When I'm doing stuff, I will. If I'm, like, sitting on the couch or watching something, then I won't. But, like, I will do this if I am, like, actively trying to do something at the same time. So there's your like dumb lore about how Summer eats her snacks. Stupid. I think streamer just likes to show off. Not really. It was just a habit that I picked up from D&D sessions. February 25th, 1206, District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. Sorry. Oh, wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And on top of it, you called me here. Seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you running errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Talking about this the other day. I'm gonna have to take an evidence law class eventually. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1 is the evidence shall be shown without no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. You're right. No? Okay. The thing is, you have to take evidence law regardless of what kind of, like, lawyer you are. Like, I'm in paralegal and I have to take evidence law. Phoenix should know what evidence law is. To be an attorney, he has to know. He has to know what it is. You could at least study some evidence law. Really? The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. These are Japanese court laws. They could be different. They might be, but I still think that you would at least need to know something about evidence law to be an attorney. That just kind of seems like something you should know. I guess I'll have to read through this book. From Miss Sky explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Japanifornia. Yeah, we are in Japanifornia. It doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting at the prosecutor's seat? Despite all the allegations being thrown at me. San Francisco? Oh, you're right. It is kind of San Francisco, huh? The real trial today hasn't begun yet. But what else is there left to do? Your credibility has all been ruined with this forged evidence that you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out that she's unwittingly caused the man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into the dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. The case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. February 25th, 12:52, District Court, courtroom number 9. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Your Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes. Well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concerns that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking and... Well, Your Honor, I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Why can't the defense call witnesses? In this case. Like, why? Is that a Japanese thing where the defense can't call witnesses? Surely not. Undeniably, this is the unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. In America, this is Los Angeles. I know, but I still think that San Francisco is funny. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. They can't because the defense doesn't have a full meter yet. Defense, you may now call forth the next witness. Damn, I was hoping for Neo Yokio. Oh no, New Yokio. That's what you were trying. You do realize that this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. The time finally has come to bring out the real murderer. Gant! I want Gant on the stand. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. And Gant. What does he have anything to do with this? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel that we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? I was gonna call him Mr. Honor. True. Right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch! Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, huh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. The name's Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto! What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role that you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? True? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry! I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. Witness testimony, the SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage did not help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? Oh, he was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. On what? I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the chief of police has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. The SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up and the power outage didn't help. What do you mean by that? So the two of you ran after him immediately, right? That's right. But Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. Is this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, possibly not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. How funny. When I went to my office, Lana was already there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying on the floor, collapsed. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. She had already arranged the crime scene. Lana being able to lift up Neil off of the thing and like get him across the entire office just doesn't seem right to me. She just doesn't seem like she's that tall or that strong. How could you say that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. That means you found the body lying near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway. It had nothing to do with the forgery. Sure you did. You were hiding evidence. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time that you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter how, oh my god, no matter what the circumstance. And down. Staring at the witness will not do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better start off with that court report. Court record, sorry. Worthy! Always a smooth talker. Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging the evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Something that links Gant to... Okay, so clearly I have to do something here. What was forged, though? Well, he was hiding this in his safe. He was also hiding this in his safe. Okay. I have some of the evidence that he was hiding, but that's not really forging evidence, is it? Because the only evidence that he could have forged would be the evidence list, but again, he didn't forge that, he hid that, which isn't necessarily forging anything. No, I think that's right. Hold on. Even though it's not necessarily forging the evidence, it's still hiding it. You claim that you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that that is a claim you can't back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list that I presented earlier... Oh, whoops. Was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you had a part in you played a part in illegal investigation. Ooh, that was hard to say for some reason. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? So there's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admitted then that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can also do it. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll be end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of Detective's presence, please give your testimony regarding this piece of evidence found in your office and the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. Okay. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence and forgery, witness testimony. Let's see. What is it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted those in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in the forgery. Regarding the crime, or rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. But it would, because it removes the victim from your side of the office, so it does benefit you. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges. So, don't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Aji. In return, though... I know, that place, right? What? Are these guys telepathic? Cross-examination, evidence and forgery. That last statement about not having any reason to rearrange the crime scene. Yes, you do, because it removes the body from your side of the room. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you have reaped from this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position that you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. It is in itself a sufficient motive. Oh! Oh, that's a good one. Do they think that I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Not true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger. You might end up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to get the point. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Edgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. But there is something in it for you. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person that I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. Right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. That's a good one, Worthy! There have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, what would he have helped out for? Or would he have helped someone out? Yes! Because if he's involved in it, he doesn't want people to know. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But it would benefit you. You might decide to assist someone. It appears that you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who's the person that you believe that Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Anna? Because she didn't want people to know that Emma did it, so he would have helped Lana? It was Discount Boot Hill. Discount Boot Hill has been determined to have nothing to do with this case outside the fact that the victim was his brother. Chief Prosecutor Alana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in the light of circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? As for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. Reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed the chief prosecutor of the prosecution's office. The person who arranged this job was you, Chief Gant. But would he profit from all of that? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? No? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do fitting. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assigned Lana Skye in forging... Or you assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive was to appoint her as chief prosecutor so that you could control her. Righto. My boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? It's to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, all this amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Well, which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. Wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you cannot be serious. This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in the law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? It's impossible! Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language. Is he gonna say I didn't say that? Too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back from this now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief and a high-ranking officer of the law is involved in this murder? Question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. You see. Alright then. Let's see what Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Okay, Lana said that she used the knife and to cover up the crime. But wasn't, hold on, here. But he was still there that day, wasn't he? This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list that we could not determine the owner of yesterday. 7 sevens. Sorry, but there's no way that you can prove that's my number. It is your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 77. Same as the remaining ID card on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulation. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's at the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone. As I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have been with you that day, would he? He's not. Why would he be? Haven't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to meet with you. Oh my god. You had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. The trial's purpose is to determine the truth. The Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime. Then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us the proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Okay. This? No. You know what? Oh! Goodman's lost item report. A half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to the chief of police. He was trying to find his ID card. Or he was trying to report that his ID card was missing. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or, to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So, Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you're in possession of the report, which means that you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. Needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took that form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me get this straight. What you're going to say next. Or let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of that sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Whoa. He looked like he got zapped by lightning. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely in the spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit a murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office. It was in your car! Everybody except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have the entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office? I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all of the evidence we need to prove that how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Didn't he bring this to him the day of the crime? Brought back to his office by Gant's request. So this was what made him go there, which would have given him access to his car. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that, a screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Well, how else would it have gotten there if it was in the trunk of a car? Of course the car is what brought it there. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order! Order! What's going on here? There's no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. Is it a photo of the body being taken? Is it a photo of the body being taken from the trunk? Chief Gant, please say something. Believe your time is up. My time's up. Sorry, Rado, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're just going to run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. Is that what you were trying to say? But if you have any conclusive evidence, you would have to present it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. Court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body? Do I have any concrete proof? Well, we have Lana's testimony. But that's not going to be enough, huh? No use showing evidence that I'm not sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Aji. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against Miss the Chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. He got away. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer. in our nation's law enforcement agency. Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There is one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial, and we haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth. Another witness. It's Lana. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method is proof is testimony. But Chief Gant already invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right here in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. You're right. What does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth. We can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... Lana, where is she? Just... Lana, get your butt out on the stand. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky, she was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene and hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on! Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. Talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. But not necessarily. That's not a murder in that case. That would have been like an accident, wouldn't it? At like the very least, I think that would be considered like manslaughter because it wasn't intentional. Well, this isn't good. Hi, Husky. Work. Sorry. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway. Right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Now I'm in my happy place. Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Okay. Final section. We're almost done. February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. Something else, huh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Don't worry. I already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. I mean, Maya? Still. Looks like we're all out of moves now. Ant's done it again. He always gets the upper hand. Not fair that he has the right to refuse to testify. Down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that's not a right to be invoked, or to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks. What did he mean by that? Ah, sorry. Moving my mouse. It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean that he forfeits his right to say anything too?
Are you okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything on. Emma, I'm sorry what I said before.
No, don't be.
Truth. You know, honey, I must feel somehow relieved. Relieved?
Yeah.
Now I finally know what really happened. To think all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. She did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her, she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? Follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so... It's all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anybody, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. Let's see. Well, we better get back. Time for the final act. Emma, why don't we have you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. All right. Time to end this. To be continued, but not actually, because we're still here and I have like another hour. I still have like another hour and a half before I gotta go. The goal is to finish the game today, at least. And I know that this is the final part of the trial, so... hopefully it's not horribly long? My poor Schnack has been, like, waiting in my lap this entire time. February 25th, 2/21. Thank you for the follow! What is that? JL409. I think it's an L. It could be an I. It could be a capital I. I'm not sure. Nice to meet you, at least, though. 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know what I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want the truth. Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only one that we have, or the only chance that we have to get Gant. Like that, get Gant. Woo. Okay, witness testimony. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. I found the prosecutor Marshall's body. I rearranged the crime scene. My only motive was to get Dart convicted. Had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course, I'm sure. But Lana! That is true, and that means that Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. But I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is not the time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Gant and the fabrication cross-examination. Works alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago by myself. When I found the prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. I want to learn a little bit more about this. I want to know how she moved him. Because she doesn't seem, like, strong enough to do so. You say that you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seemed I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor's award knife was sticking in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. Why is she telling us this now? The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. She's changing the story to make it to where Emma's not the one who did it. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? What? If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distant away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. Well, just to protect me. When you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife and planted it inside the wound and then moved the body. No? What the fuck do you just break off the tip of a knife? You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the... I am not... everybody's talking. Why would you do that? You, of all people, should know. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad. Yeah, I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you plant the knife? But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure that out. Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Skye fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon would be weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes. And leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of the knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes. I hated Dark for what. My only motivation was to get... Okay, hold on. I want to ask the other question of why she moved the body. She's cracking under pressure. She is. Oh, wait. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. It was justifiable self-defense. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? Oh, that wasn't the statement I needed. When I found the prosecution Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. That's the... Hold on. Did this all by yourself? I was the first one to discover the scene. Hold on, I want to ask her why she bothered to move the body. Carrying switchblade, found a little display. What did you do? Oh. When am I supposed to ask? She moved the body. Here? Oh, here it is. Why did you move the body? When you showed up at the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was. By Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes. That wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would have been clear right away what happened. What? No. That if it had already been shattered into pieces, he wouldn't have been able to write on it. Right? Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle. No! He couldn't have written on it if it was broken. Because when you look at it... Do I have, like, extra evidence of like, just Emma's name? I don't. Okay. When you, like, look at it close up, it's already cracked where her name is. So, it wouldn't have made sense for him to pick up separate pieces to write the name on it. He would have just written it all in one piece. So it could not have been shattered beforehand. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time that the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There is a contradiction there. The pieces of the jar were shattered. No, they weren't. You fucking liar. No, they were not. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery where the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that was true, or if that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring everyone's attention to a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction within my testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." Right? Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, the message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He could not have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order? Order. Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to the jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, It seems that you're in the dark as we are, about the truth towards which we're heading. What? Tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. The jar and the message in blood. Witness testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one to wipe away the bloody message? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think that Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I am losing it. Oh my god. Gasp, I knew it. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood and the fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Large fragments? But this thing was like shattered into a bunch of little pieces, wasn't it? Well, I can't see the pieces now, but wasn't this like shattered into like a ton of pieces? No. It wasn't... When I think of large fragments, I'm thinking like 3 or 4 pieces, but this was shattered into a lot of pieces, so I don't think that's right. The Sky, I believe that this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of. Plus, also, one of them was missing, too. She didn't see all the pieces because one of them was gone, and it still had the blood on it. So she couldn't have wiped away that piece because it was in Gant's safe. We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? Knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. Thank you, Husky. Hold on. I'm sitting kind of stupid in my chair because I have my bucket of popcorn in my lap that I've just been trying to very quietly and very slowly snack on this entire time. Ooh, I just grabbed my hair under my arm. Ow. I was sitting crisscross, but I was sitting sideways in my... I was sitting sideways and crisscross in my... Ugh. Okay. One of those big tins of popcorn. So, there's a store at my local mall that has buckets of popcorn that you can buy. And when you get them, you can take them back to the store and they'll refill them with popcorn for a lesser charge than what it was. However, I don't have time to go out there all the time, so I use like the Orville's like whatever, like microwavable popcorn, and I just keep refilling the bucket. My bucket's plastic. So, it is a tin, but it's not a tin actually because it's plastic. It's a bucket. It has a handle and everything. I have a bucket of popcorn. The popcorn from that store is really good. The problem is that it's just so far away that it's just not worth the drive to go out every time that I want this bucket refilled. So I go and get it refilled like once every little while or so whenever I just happen to be out there. Actually, as far as I'm aware, I don't think they make this bucket anymore. I think they like downsized, but they still, as long as it has like their branding and everything on it, they'll still like honor
they'll still honor the bucket policy, so I am all good. I didn't get one of their giant buckets, though. My friend has that. I just have, like, the normal, like, single person. Single or two person, because 2 bags of popcorn fits into this. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night the prosecutor marshal was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying that this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Well, Your Honor, can you answer that? Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hide one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. I wouldn't say that's fabrication, I would say that's hiding evidence. Maybe I just don't understand the meaning of the word fabrication or something. But why would Chief Gant do that? Oh, I know why. He's blackmailing her because he has the final piece of the jar, and so he can, like, bring it as evidence going, hey, yo, your sister's name, it's written on here. Step out of line, I'll show everybody the piece. Everybody will know. Here, you want that? Like, that's, he's blackmailing her with it. In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? It happened afterwards. Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. Sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Well, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. Yes, you do seem the type to twist the truth. Wait a minute. Oh, I just tabbed out of the game. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. Mean, right? Why? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify one more time. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is the possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Right? The witness may testify once more for the final time. Trying to get this window open off to the side. It's not. No. I accidentally tabbed out of the game and I messed up everything. There we go. We're good now. Witness testimony. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor. On the suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, she did it. That's why I erased all of the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword. You're the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? Me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene I encountered. Though, I thought it might be. I don't remember seeing a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Is it in the book she handed me? Or, like, that she had brought to me? I don't remember receiving a picture from Mom. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There might still be a picture in there somewhere. It's in the book. Aha! There's a picture in here. Oh, this actual crime scene. But the detectives saw the crime as I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had arranged everything. Lana's picture is inserted into the court record. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest! I also noticed this, but I couldn't figure out if it was just like a weird, like, way that his vest was laying. Cloth we found inside Chief Gant's. Yes. The one with Emma's fingerprints on it? The handprint, isn't it? Oh, when she pushed him. That's why her handprint's there. The cloth had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer, but her fingerprints are on it. They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with this cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we will be able to flush out the real murder. Well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found the body. Ah! No! She didn't get to... Oh, he's still here. She didn't get to say anything! Now, edgy? This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy, too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense, but he's not allowed. Didn't he say that if he doesn't testify, or if he chooses not to testify, he's not allowed to say anything in his defense, too? I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you have forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. Must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own So what? You think I'm worried? I'm sorry to disappoint you. But I don't need to make any statements. Edgeworth kind of sounds like a villain here. He's not. He's actually helping us, and he's not a villain anyway. He's not. He has never been, I guess, really portrayed to be a villain. He's portrayed as a rival, but not a villain. What do you mean? He's active, and also he is actively helping us right now. The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something to prove that who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. True, Mr. Wright? I do, unfortunately. It's the cloth. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma is sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. Do now. Better think this through carefully. I cannot afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence, one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? No. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence that I can present it. What? You lie! Keith Gant. You opened my safe. You know, or I know what you took that was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. You're right. Did you show them? Found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at the picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. That's gonna be the biggest scandal in history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. I've heard bigger scandals. Well, I can't just, keep in mind this was also, 2002. When this was originally made, I think. Well, I can't let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It occurred to me that I could still use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid. Assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence, and I had her plant the knife tip inside of the victim's body and move the body across the room. I ended up using the evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, Mike. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For instance, Of course. Or for insurance, of course, pardon me. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. I mean, you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make the police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all of the evidence, what does that say? Or what's to say that you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Pop it up already. I know you have it. You waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yeah, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said that you don't have any evidence you could present. Schmove, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. And a long battle. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess this up, here, victory is mine. Now I will show the evidence. I do have evidence to present now. Right then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that showed who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. The problem is that are we trying to prove her innocent? Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this out, or cut this piece out of the victim's vest. Oh yeah! At last you finally brought it out into the open. Handprint on this cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that immediately be sent to the labs for analysis. Handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for that to have left so clearly. It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. But it's Emma's fingerprints. You are as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present the evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? Already know. You know whose fingerprints are on that? Do you really know? Whoever's fingerprints belong to this must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. It is? I don't think it is. Belong to Emma. Emma Sky. What? They're mine? Sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Really are something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. It's true. Tragic. True. Or really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. Could you? You monster! Miss Sky. You knew whose fingerprints oh my god, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? I just dropped one of my chopsticks. Fuck. Before I do that, there is one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves the real murderer is, or who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. It does? Contradiction? What's this fool blabbing about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here, pardon me. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. What? Shit, wait. Wait. Wouldn't it be covered in blood? This is awfully clean for something that should have been covered in blood. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? It also doesn't seem like it's the same shape, but like that could just be error. Yeah, his shirt is showing underneath it. It's hard to make it out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were pierced or punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. That piece of cloth. There's no blood on it. It had to have been cut beforehand. There's no blood on it. Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there is no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. Nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, that person proceeded to write her name on the jar in the victim's blood. The jar was then broken on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe that her sister did it. Why would he kill him, though? Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over. You have an objection? Close, Righto, you almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegation. I mean, you refute his allegations. You see, the piece of cloth is illegal evidence. How is it illegal? Nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Regardless, that still means that you're guilty. Remember, Udgy? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. I never said I didn't have anything. I just said I couldn't present it at the time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. But he never said it wasn't there. At the moment that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. That's not fair! Did you actually think that you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh is on you, son. I'm afraid Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. It's not. He never specified that he didn't have it. It seems at last that time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Get it? That you purposefully and illegally conceal. I did not. He never said he didn't have it. I admit I refused to present it at one point. So, the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't. It's a matter of how he worded it. What do you mean that you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. Oh, Udgy, don't listen to his lies. Nothing but a coward. You can't believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present the evidence. If you can prove that your conduct does not violate the law, then do so now. We have this. Rules of submitting evidence. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. It was still in the record, so it wasn't hiding. It was still here. It was registered. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. That. I have done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this cloth. However, at this point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth and nothing more. See, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying that I did not have the approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Even if it was unregistered, it is relevant to the case, so thus making it legal. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time that it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SO9 incident. What nonsense is this?
You want relevancy? Just take a look at this picture and... I'm sorry, but can you recall when was the picture presented? Shown only a few moments ago. Right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes! And it was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you did it, Chief of... Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved the cloth. Only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the person who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. He is losing his mind. I knew I shouldn't have gotten rid of him. Or I knew I should have gotten rid of him. And for nothing. Scum! For 2 years, he's been snooping around the police department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr and convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he's decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and he was taking the evidence out. And as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all of this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. Cursed knife. I just couldn't pull it out. Doing so would have led them to more blood, making it near impossible for you to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worried so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. Bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, and what's the big deal? You make it a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how did you get Miss Skye involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Good. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar and fragments and the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Hello, Taquarium! T-Aquarium. I'm not totally sure how to pronounce your name, but hi! Nice to meet you! Thank you! Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand and... You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. You're so cute. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I am doing okay. We're almost done with the game. Well, this one anyway. It's a trilogy, so there's actually like 3 games, but we're almost done with the first game. Well, it looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji. What? Looks like we have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. Done with the first arc. Technically speaking, this is the first game, but there's like 2 more games after this. So yeah, I guess first arc is the better way to put it, but this is the technically the end of the first game. I'm sorry too, Dame Ant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You're once a fine investigator, example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Edgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these 2 around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. He kept talking and I did not... Shoot! Oh, there he goes. There are 2 things that I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. See, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time that I had Gant help me forge evidence, till today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Sky, that I couldn't get you out of all the trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the... I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Sky. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of I know how much of an ordeal this has been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all, guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! Only did my job. In light of this case, seems good self-examining is in order for all of us. Guy? Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is that you still acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of heavy chain. Well, this trial has gone on for far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, the court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty! Confetti! Hug for the prettiest lady. Oh! That is all. This court is adjourned. Setting my popcorn bucket to the side really fast. Ah! February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2. Long last, it's finally over. Emma. What's with the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for murder she didn't commit. No, it's not that. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over the years. Done well. You can interact with Vaporeon. There's little commands down below. Down below, you should be able to see a panel that's got commands for Vaporeon if you want to take a look at some of them. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. Doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around all while on duty. And on top of it, called me here, even happier than people at funerals. And on top of that, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here again because of my sister? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? Still, she's under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell you if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Free about it. That day, 2 years ago, the first time in my life I've ever panicked. It was all it was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in this. No, it's okay. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to read. It's okay, I don't mind. This. Asking Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. Scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But, sis, you only did it for me. No. I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. This. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. Hope you had a Christmas as wonderful as your personality. You're gonna give Zero a run for his money. I don't know if he's in here. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. She looks so much nicer when she smiles. Emma. I am observing. Amaro! We can change the past. The only thing that we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, find the way back to our rightful place. And it is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least, that's what it felt like, watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Why does he have to look like that? Was he hiding? Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. You're making it sound like I should be doing more. No, you're fine. But I do need to scooch. Ugh. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Running away from his feelings. Edgeworth gets dragged into a conversation, immediately leaves as you're fine. My face is gonna be so, like, my parents are gonna look at me and they're gonna be like, what the fuck's wrong with your face? Zero can you can rizz me up if you want. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope that you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. And now I'm blushing again. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, I don't trust myself anymore. Aunt was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go at it alone. I do despise criminals. I planned to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I needed a weapon. It's scary, but I think I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Time might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. Why I cannot continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Yeah. What? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Oh my god. The badge? Because we both have one? That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't right use of evidence. What the fuck am I supposed to show him? It's time for me to go. Would it have mattered what I showed him? Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Whatever you do, just remember. You can still let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. Or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn. Catching up to do. Here, there's a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis, I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time that I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. What is it, Detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about Chief Prosecutor. See, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it was not cheap either. Huh? Way to go, Detective! I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, see... Mr. Wright's here is gonna be the one footing the bill. Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Uh-huh. Thanks, Mr. Wright, you're the best. Is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we go all pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. I will absolutely not. All right. And that's the end. We have finally made it to the end. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a courier. As for me, the affair has pretty much ended my days in the prosecution's office. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Are they gonna do, like, interjections from everybody? I feel like they are. I feel like, yep, they are. Okay, they're doing interjections. Oh, I thought it was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we had penalized you anymore, it would be worse than firing you. That's what they said. It goes to show, you can't shake me off that easy. I'm getting I'm sitting really badly, and I'm getting a horrid cramp in my thigh.
Ah! Oh. Stretch my leg out. Ow! My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir, and then I'll be just like Dick Gumshoe. The Blue Badger is getting an update? Imagine if Emma stayed. I don't know. I like Maya. The Blue Badger giving his wonderful words of wisdom. Oh no! The Blue Badger! This is an interesting way of like making you stay throughout the entire credits. But if she couldn't, since it would have contradicted canon. Oh yeah, because wasn't this a bonus case? Oh, he's explaining how he got the knife into the jail. Miss Star snuck it. Angel Star stuck him in a knife. Looks like we won't be seeing it looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layers taste as bitter defeat, and the bottom layers as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller these days. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Localization, Ben Judd. Oh, more localization people. I'll never forget what the young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's going to be doing or something for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Oh no, forgot my gavel. Sorry, I've got to go. I can't do like fancy voices for everybody because I only have like so much that I can do with my voice, which makes me like slightly sad that I can only do like so much, but I don't know. I try to work with what I can. Oh, Maya. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, I'll see you around, Nick. Trying to think of who else they could pass. Are they gonna start doing every witness from every other case, or are we just gonna do the last, like the more important people? Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? Can't wait for Justice for All. Is Justice for All the last one? The third one? Or is it the second? I'm pretty sure Justice for All is the second one. Or not the second one, sorry, the third one. Thanks for coming to see me off. Can't believe I'm going to Europe. It's the second one? Oh! Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh. Is there a picture of her in here? Is there a picture of her and Emma in here? Aww. I'm assuming this was taken the day she got onto the fours. That's so cute. Aww. Rise from the Ashes, clear chapter 5 of PWAA. All right. Is it gonna immediately throw me into the next game, or does it like take me to the menu? Okay, it does take me to the menu. Okay. Because I know that it's the 3 are in here. And now that I'm thinking of it, do I even have... So, do I have the sequels collection, or do I only have the first one? I don't have the sequel collection. I do have Apollo's, though. Oh, wait, no. Are they... It is the sequel collection. Apollo's was just lumped in with Dual Destinies and everything. Huh. I guess I do have all of them. Okay, good to know. Well, for now, I would like you guys know that my playtime for Phoenix Wright is now sitting at 42 hours. Okay, anyway. We are all done for the sprint today. We actually ended it pretty much exactly when I wanted to. So, I am going to head out of here. We will eventually start up Justice for All, which is the next game. I just have to figure out when exactly. I might change it from Saturday to a different day, just so that way we can, like... Do you have the Great Ace Attorney? I do, not on my computer, but I have it on my Switch. I have, on the Switch, I have Edgeworth's Investigations game, and then I have the Great Ace Attorney on my Switch as well. I have the Trilogy Collections on PC, and then I also have the Trilogy Collection on my Switch, but I don't have the sequels on my Switch. I do have the games separately, though, in their original releases for my DS, though. Anyway, I have that one. I've got Investigations for a different like medium, but I still have that. I have all of them. That I'm aware of, anyway. However, I don't know if there is right now, but I can check. Let me see. Oh, I just heard my own voice. I'm gonna drop you guys off with Cosmo. I'm gonna drop you guys off with someone real quick. I believe she is an 18+ streamer, so do keep that in mind. She might not be. Maybe she's not. I don't know. I'm gonna drop you guys off over here. And she is playing... Mega Man Star Force B, Red Joker. I hope you guys have a good time over there. Raid message is just gonna be Mermaid Raid with the little emotes. I will write that out for you guys. Ooh. Mermaid Raid. With 3 exclamation points. And 2 emotes. That's gonna be the message. However, I will send you guys over there. I hope you guys have a good night, good day, good morning, whatever it is for you. I don't have anything planned for tomorrow that I am aware of. Just because I do have some stuff I've got to take care of. We haven't started the raid yet. Hold on. But we will see you guys later. Bye, everybody.